okay,
Team
it's
C.
still the privilege. So you can use that and
for
use it with
linking.
Sorry?
For linking.
Or if you want to go through?
Yeah.
No, that was the thing I was discussing. You just have to say.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
You can click.
Yeah, so hi delegates, perfect. Yeah, so for the judges, there's always a little speech. So my name is Ethan, and I'll be your timekeeper for the day, though I recognize everyone in the audience, they know that. So for the delegates, they know as well, but there's these time cards. There's one for 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, and 30 seconds remaining. For the last 10 seconds, of course, I go with my hands all the way to 0, and then at which point I will say stop. Afterwards, a 10-minute question and answer period will follow. I'd like to remind you all that the teams must present for a minimum of 15 minutes, and all team members must speak, you know this of course, but not necessarily during the Q&A period. And finally, audience members, we ask that you please place your phones on silent mode and remain seated in the room for the duration of the full presentation and the Q&A period as well. And I will now let the judges introduce themselves. Once they're done, I'll start the timer. You can go.
Good morning, Sam Kershey.
Up to you.
I'm Kevin.
That's too short, guys. Jean Verratti, I'm CFO for a local technology company here in Montreal.
Morning, Morel Kasanjan. I'm the founder of Human First, an HR and change management organization.
Take it away.
All right. Well, I just want to start off by thanking you all for being here with us today and taking time out of your busy schedules to start your morning with us. The team was really excited when we were presented with this challenge. We think that there is an incredible opportunity. When you look at Canadian University, we were struck with the ability to provide quality education, but there's some barriers to that. And so as there's been increasing regulatory changes as well as increasing faculty and staff pressures, these educators are struggling to really connect with the students and continue to provide that quality education. And if you talk to the educators that you know in your life, a lot of them will tell you they got into it because they want to provide a great student experience. So how can we alleviate some of this burden for educators and take them out of the office and into the classroom and really continue to provide this quality education? Myself, as well as the rest of the team with Baton Rouge Consulting, are looking forward to presenting you with our solution to make this happen. We'll start off with a brief introduction and the current landscape, then go into our strategy proposal for you, as well as risk and mitigations to this plan. So what you asked us today is how can Canadian University relieve workforce pressures and improve university experience? And our strategy is to incorporate Microsoft Copilot into university functions. And in doing this, we'll earn university buy-in, improve well-being, and increase productivity. In doing that, we'll communicate need for leading technological practices within university life, implement the Copilot tool in daily functions, and integrate strong change management initiatives to support stakeholders. The results of this is we'll be able to leverage the countless capabilities of the Microsoft Copilot platform to lead to a better overall university experience with a 90% or higher platform adoption rate, 20% increased at-risk student positive outcomes for at-risk students, and over 42 minutes in daily time savings for faculty. So again, when you look at where we are today, Canadian University is a quality education provider, but we're struggling to scale that and to continue to provide that quality education on a larger scale as faculty pressures are increasing. So how do we bridge the gap to becoming the technological pioneer and provide leading university experiences from faculty to students? I'll pass things along to my colleague Helena to go into further detail.
Thank you, Anastasia. So as Anastasia mentioned in our executive summary, we're implementing AI into the education. So obviously we need to discuss the state of education as well as the state of AI before we can evaluate our strategic options. So first, looking at the state of higher education in Canada, we've seen a change in the past couple of years after pandemic COVID-19, as well as with increasing AI and machine learning in education and other industries as well. We've identified the need to adapt to overcome those changes. So we've noted some key challenges that not only Canadian University, but other higher education institutions in Canada are experiencing as well. And as Anastasia briefly touched on, a lot of these come down to overworked teachers and administration, not only inside the classroom, but all of the tasks they have to do outside the classroom, including administrative tasks, curriculum development, faculty meetings, things like that. And a lot of that overworking has led to an employee shortage. Along with that is a lot of union involvement because of the quality of the conditions of these teachers and administrative staff, as well as the cap on international students. I know that's a big thing for Canadian University and a lot of other universities in the area, is they do have to cap international students because of the employee shortages. Next, we also have the post-COVID-19 landscape. As I mentioned, things have changed a lot, and a lot of the productivity and efficiency that we've seen previously has been declining, and we have to adapt to overcome that. Lastly, looking at diversity, equity, and inclusion, a lot of universities are struggling with how to incorporate that both in the curriculum as well as in the student body, and that's something that education wants to change moving forward. So in looking at these key challenges, we've developed a couple key questions that we think need to be answered, and we hope our strategy will help answer. So first, do teachers feel like they have the tools to effectively teach students? Do students feel like they have the resources to learn effectively and efficiently? Will delegation of menial tasks to AI help relieve teachers and administrative staff of their various duties? And will an increase in tasks completed by AI allow teachers to offer more individualized support for our students and really hone in on that quality education that Anastasia mentioned? So these are some challenges and questions that we're going to look at as we develop our strategy. And next, I'm going to pass it off to Anastasia to talk a little bit about the state of the AI industry so we can incorporate that into our strategy as well.
Yeah, so artificial intelligence has been used in our daily lives through search algorithms and what have you for years, but it's really become part of the larger discussion within the last year with the launch of ChatGPT and other generative AI platforms. And so within that discussion, there's been a lot of concerns about what the overall perception is of AI as a whole and how it'll impact our lives going forward. So we wanted to look at what Canadians think about the impact of AI over the next 5 years. And we found data that shows that Canadians feel overwhelmingly positive that AI will have a positive impact in their life, not only just day to day, but also specifically within the education industry as well, with only 9% of responders saying that they did not think that there would be a direct positive impact from the integration of AI into education. In an in an overarching approach of the application of AI, we've seen over 1/3 of organizations have applied this within their daily functions, and 67% of these organizations have seen increased productivity as a result of that. So what do we take from this? Canadian perception of AI use is overwhelmingly positive and increasingly being adopted organizationally. And I've got something to prove it. If you look at Wichita Public Schools, they're a great case example of the adoption of AI into into education. So Wichita is a county in Kansas, Kentucky, and they have 50,000 students and 7,000 administrators. As you can see, that's a bit of a difficult ratio that they have there. There's significantly more students than there are administrators, and so they reached out to Microsoft Copilot to help boost their overall productivity and increase their average student experience. And so they've really leveraged some exciting capabilities of Microsoft AI, which of course we'll touch on later, but they utilized created targeted learning plans for each student, and that was able to allow them to align with their county DEI initiatives, because they'd realized that a few select students were falling behind in their classrooms, and through using the learning capabilities of our models, they were able to target those students specifically and come up with specific plans for those struggling students. There also was increased additional time for these overwhelmed teachers, and there was complete adaptation of this platform across the county.
So in looking at the industry overview that we've looked at, education, AI, as well as the case use with the Wichita example, it's clear that we need to implement AI into our education system, but in doing so, who will be affected? So we took a group of diverse stakeholders that we think are going to be impacted by these changes. First, looking at students. There are over 2 million students in the Canadian school system, and their curriculum should adapt to reflect the changes in technology and in the industry. Next, looking at teachers and instructors. As we've previously discussed, teachers and instructors are feeling overloaded. There's a decrease in productivity, efficiency, work-life balance, and they feel like their education and curriculum development needs to be changed to reflect this. Next, looking at administrators, similarly they feel overlooked, and we want to see what AI can do to help relieve that for them. Next, looking at government policymakers, Canadian government funds 45% of post-secondary education, and so obviously they have stake in the game as well, and I think a lot of the Canadian government would like to see how AI can be implemented to increase the GDP output of post-secondary education. Next, looking at employers, it is now an expectation that postgraduate students are familiar with AI, they are understanding of AI, and they know how to use AI. So we want to ensure that that is something that our students can bring forth to the workforce. Lastly, the Board of Trustees. The job of the Board of Directors is to promote the success of the institution, and it's becoming more and more clear that AI is part of that long-term success. So with all of this strategic analysis and overview of the industry, I'd like to pass it off along to Subin to discuss our strategy implementation.
Thank you, Helena. So, after knowing the current landscape of AI education and its actual implications, how will we actually be able to implement this? And with that, I want to introduce Project Catalyst. Our 3 objectives being able to first communicate the value of AI in these higher education systems, then we need to be able to seamlessly integrate the AI, and lastly, attract faculty and staff for current and future retention of our employees. So part 1 will be to communicate the need for AI in education through, meetings, assemblies, actually communicating the value of what this will be able to do for them. And then from there, now that they actually understand the value of it, we need to be able to seamlessly integrate our new solutions in order to have a seamless process from currently existing systems in order to adapt to the necessary capabilities that they need with this new system. And lastly, with this huge change with Project Catalyst, there needs to be some form of change management organization system. And we need to ensure buy-in from every single stakeholder so that this will be successful across the board. So looking at part 1 of how we will actually communicate the value of our strategy, the 2 things right now with the driving and restraining forces of AI, the 3 things with driving forces is the personalized and enhanced learning that AI can contribute to in terms of, personalized learning modules for students, actually being able to take data from the classrooms and turning them into insights. The second one being administrative efficiency. AI can free up time such as scheduling, grading, having necessary student support, and free up time in order to actually teach in the classrooms. And lastly, accessibility and inclusivity. A lot of students have noted, with students with disabilities, they may lead to dropout because they're not getting the attention that they deserve, and AI will be able to actually indicate and pick out what needs to be implemented from their changing needs and problems. But with that, there's always going to be some restraining forces. The first one being faculty resistance in terms of apprehension about the impact of AI on their roles. The second one being cost of actually implementing this new system, and which could prove to be continuously expensive. And lastly, the technical challenges that come with it, like I mentioned, with an already existing system, they need to be able to tailor that system in order to fit the needs. But the key takeaway here is really that AI needs to be seen as not a hindrance, but a key driving factor in the successful future of education. And with the 3 core pillars that Microsoft AI has aligned, the first being enhancing productivity. For teachers, this can reduce tedious tasks such as grading, plagiarism identification, and also gain driven insights for students within the classroom. And for administrators and faculty, this can streamline processes and predict resource needs in terms of enrollment, staffing, along with resources in terms of staffing, such as we may need more people in this department or whatnot. And lastly, for students, AI will be able to adapt lesson plans and materials and pace their specific needs and learning styles for each and every student. With amplifying human creativity, for teachers, this will enable them to develop engaging content and facilitate collaborative learning on already existing platforms like Canvas and Blackboard. And with administrators and faculty, this can enhance communication across the board amongst all the different departments, along with freeing up time so that they can better support staff and well-being. And for students, this can foster deeper engagement in stimulating their creative thinking skills in terms of the new tailored learning that they'll be able to receive. And lastly, with the Count on Responsible Secure AI for teachers, with the AI system, they know that they will tailor their concerns and be able to protect data and privacy based on their tailored needs. And for administrators and faculty, this will enhance risk management, accountability, and transparency. And lastly, for students, with the already current systems in place, along with the new systems that will be implemented, this will ensure student data privacy and protect from potential bias in AI tools. Moving along to the second part of our solution, how we will actually integrate this, we've identified 5 key steps. So with the first step in identifying key stakeholders, we need to identify, certain administrators, certain heads of departments, people that actually have understanding of the entire roles of the rest of their departments. So then from there, we can understand their day-to-day processes, their needs and challenges, and discover academic processes that we can then translate into the co-pilot system and kind of taking that business to technology and bridging that gap and being able to integrate those inputs into the system, and from there, the ongoing and monitoring to ensure effectiveness. So now what AI can actually look like, this is Dr. Patrick. He's the head of history at the university, and he has continual daily issues such as research and publication pressures, increasingly limited resources, and lastly, administrative duties and constant content updates in terms of, new updates in terms of curriculum, new updates in research discovered every day in history. But with our solution, we will be able to take someone who's at the head of the department and see what the rest of the department really, what their key issues are, and we will be able to take his processes and translate those into the inputs so that we can really tailor according to the entire department's preferences and the local context that we need to be able to be successful. And now to pass it off to the final part of the solution, I'll give it to Ben.
Yeah, so thank you, Subin. So now what we want to focus on is that operational change management that we've been talking about, and that's really the identification of who is one of our most key stakeholders, and that's really going to be coming down to the faculty and the staff and the teachers at the school. And so we're going to see how we can leverage those change management solutions with Microsoft Copilot and Viva's capabilities to ultimately implement this AI into the best that it can be for students. So whenever you look at teachers, how they feel about AI in education, there's an overall sense of cautious optimism. And with that, a lot of them aren't necessarily shying away from AI, but really wondering how it's actually going to be applicable to what they're trying to do. Some concerns that they cited in a recent study were things such as not just being familiar with the technology as a whole, how is this actually going to help me? And then also just, I don't have time for that. I can't just change everything that I'm doing now to integrate this solution. So what we want to do is leverage those change management solutions with the Viva platform along with Microsoft Copilot to hopefully educate and help teachers integrate this into their overall education and lesson plans. So you can see that we're going to provide here at Microsoft with Copilot and Viva applications continual support for faculty and staff. And this includes the addressing of their needs through needs-based assessment, moving on to developing solutions that are tailor-made to the educational facility at Canadian University, and then providing a continual assurance program where we can continually take their feedback and hear the support that they want specific to what they're doing in the classrooms, and then ultimately continue providing that support as technology continues to change and it continues to progress and move on. And so now I'm going to speak a bit to how we plan to implement these solutions that we talked about previously in our strategy. So we're all familiar with change management, what that all looks like, the overall why we're doing it, the design of how we're going to be doing it, and the implementation. But a major choke point of change management solutions is overall enabling that buy-in, and how are we actually going to make staff feel that they're being supported and that they actually want to enact those changes that we're trying to implement. Because ultimately what's going to provide the best outcomes for our students and our faculty as a whole is going to be the complete buy-in so that we can leverage the complete capabilities of what we're trying to do. So we're all familiar as well with the overall employee life cycle that is used in universities, from the job design of the teachers to the overall attraction, the recruitment, the onboarding, the training development, and the retention, and then ultimately the promotion of those faculty within the university. So really what we want to look at is where can we implement these solutions into this overall job process. And we see that the parts that we really can leverage are in the training and retention programs with implementing these solutions into the training, and then ultimately as these solutions become more adopted by our faculty and staff at the university, moving that more into the job design prospects so that we can continue to develop these people as they're coming into our university from the get-go to minimize that time. So really, whenever we look at the overall process for this change management solution, what we want to do is we want to run those need-based assessments and ultimately go to the assemblies with faculty and staff and administration, collect their feedback and support, and then move on to developing the implementation plan, what we want to do for that. And then initiating our solution and then continually providing support so that we can have the complete buyback and leverage the full capabilities of what we're trying to do. So you can see an example of this Viva platform interface. We list so many capabilities using the Viva platform for specifically to faculty, and so they can continually get better. And ultimately what we want to do is, as we continue implementing these solutions, is collect this feedback assessment when we send it out after implementation so that we can see how is the solutions that we're implementing and things that we can do better to just look overall witness accuracy of the implementation of our solution.
So looking at deeper, take a look at the timeline. We can go over this in a bit more detail later, but our key go live date is by 2027 with our project catalyst.
Next, obviously, looking at any project, it's important to look at the financials. You can see a few of the statistics up at top, and we can walk through how I got to those statistics in the Q&A period later.
We've also identified a few key risks, and we do have mitigation plans for those risks. And this is how we plan to assess the overall success of the initiative.
And with that, I urge you to take a look back at the Canadian education system. We've been leaders for years amongst other all across the world. But with the education in general, we've kind of been laggard in our ways, and we want to help the Canadian universities use Project Catalyst in order to transform and continue to elevate the future of higher education. And with that, we'll be open to any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll now begin our Q&A.
You walk us through the financials very quickly, please.
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead and click on.
I can't click with this.
Yeah, so sorry, you can just use the, you cannot pick the
Can you just use the, go ahead and hit financial projection.
Yeah, so you can see the cursor.
I'm
Sorry,
more. I'd like to.
There you
So I'll be more specific. I'd like to understand what is the investment.
Yes.
When will the investment take place, and when is the return on the investment?
Absolutely. Can you actually go to the next slide?
You use it,
Oh, next slide. Sorry. Okay, yeah. So I'm looking at calculating our financials. We wanted to look at the projected revenues that we would get, as well as the costs. So first, looking at the revenues, we broke down the revenues into international students, Quebec students, and non-Quebec students based off of their tuition and the average student. And then looking at costs, I don't have an exact cost breakdown, but we looked at the initial cost to incorporate Copilot for each student, which is, or each user actually is $30 per user on an annual basis. So we looked at each user, $30 per user for the next 10 years, as well as the change management costs using change management industry percentages for how much that expense would be.
So let me make sure. I want to make sure I
Yeah,
understand.
of course.
You said $30 per student.
So
So are you looking at it are you looking to implement this at a student level or at a teaching administrator level?
it'll be both. So students,
Both.
yes, faculty.
When will that take place?
We are looking to implement that as soon as possible to get the softwares downloaded, and then throughout the course of our strategy, we'll learn how to implement that. So students and faculty will be learning throughout the time when we have it, but they can't learn until we have it. So we need to get those softwares immediately. But again, it's $30 per student or per user, so that will be students, faculty, administrative, any person who uses it, $30 annual fee. So we've incorporated that into our initial investment, which if you go back 2 slides, our initial investment comes to around $5.2 million. And then, if you go back.
And you did the math. So how did you get to
Yes,
5.2?
so we have the average number of students in a university like Canadian University in Quebec, and then we broke that down into international, Quebec and non-Quebec to see how much they're paying in tuition for revenue, and then for costs, just applying the $30 fee towards each student and user in the university. And then, of course, incorporated the change management fees, the implementation fees, things like that. That, of course, was our initial investment.
I have a question. Considering you want to implement this project at a student level and administrative and teaching level, how would you manage the generation gap between the administrative and teachers that might be slower on getting the technology and student getting it faster? How would you break down the gap?
So I can take this one. With developing, if you go back to the Viva slide. Well, I'll talk while we find it. But so with Microsoft Copilot, one platform that actually that comes with it is the Viva program. And that includes a variety and array of applications such as Viva Align, Viva Insights, Viva Connect, and Viva Learn. And so what this is it can be customized and aligned to tailor fit Canadian University in the education sector for faculty and staff. And it has different plans for things that they want to learn, especially related to the AI integration on the Viva Learn platform. And this is as simple as going and searching up a module that you want, and then essentially completing the module within the Viva Learn platform. And also the other applications that are provided as well provide you different insights into how you're using AI, how your students are using AI, the results that are coming from that as well. So you can see how your students are adapting to integrating that AI technology within their actual work, and how much time you're spending per task, for example, and how well you're leveraging the usage of the AI applications in the Copilot platform that we've discussed. So really is emphasis on that integration and not necessarily. It's not necessarily a sink or swim mentality. We want to be able to change to adapt those older generations that are within our university, those ones that do have that connection to their students and a connection to the university. We want to keep them there. So we want to be able to tailor these solutions and the learning so that we are able to keep them there so that they're able to adapt and grow and evolve and really use the full capabilities of the AI with their students as well. And the lesson plans, as you continue on, they're going to adapt to your learning needs as well.
Hi. So you used University of Wichita to kind of justify adoption of such an initiative. I was just wondering, because it wasn't mentioned, did you consider like this university that having the same constraints as a Canadian university? And what I mean by that is, the majority of the funds are governmental, right? So it's not a business. The schools are not a business. They have unions, right? And so does this school really mirror a Canadian university? And just to make sure you considered that.
Yeah, I can take that. We definitely considered that, though we will say, as we mentioned earlier, part of this strategy is that Canadian University would be a pioneer. So it was difficult to have a direct comparison in terms of another university, but we think that that's part of the value proposition, is that Canadian University would be one of the first to do this. However, we believe this still is an accurate example because it is a public school. I misspoke earlier, it's not a higher education institution, it is from K through 12 within one county in Kansas. So there are still government funds, there are still children, parents, administrators involved, and they did still have to adjust to that bureaucratic change management process as well.
Thank you.
Hi. I'd like for us to go through your change management implementation portion. I know you're a little bit short on time, so I'd like to hear a lot more on how you're getting thousands of people to shift from current practices to using AI. So how are you doing that?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for asking. So within the change management solution, if you go, through this slide, you can see it's a simplified breakdown, but I'm happy to elaborate on that. For example, in the first identification and assessment portion, what we want to do is actually sit down with select numbers of faculty and staff across the university and really identify, walking through a day, how much time are you spending on these different bureaucratic tasks like your grading, your lessons plans, how much time are you actually spending face-to-face with students, and seeing different ways in which we develop solutions to implement AI to reduce the time that is being spent on this, so that faculty and staff are actually able to spend more time with students, and also promoting the usage of this AI at different faculty meetings and school assemblies so that we're able to promote this value that we're trying to create in implementing our AI solution. Next, we want to develop the implementation with our AI in the Microsoft Copilot program so that we can tailor our solutions at Microsoft to fit Canadian University's specific needs and wants and things that they're expecting to see out of a solution to actually enhance the teaching experience for their students and also the teacher experience. And then next, whenever we actually do develop those solutions, we come up with our pilot program, and that's going to be a very simple. It's going to be a very simple implementation at first, and we want to look at all departments across the university, select some faculty and staff, and some select classes here and there across all departments, so that we're able to see the effects on a small scale basis before we just completely revamp the entire learning of the university and its students in the teaching methodology. And then based on that, we anticipate that being about a semester-long process, so we can actually evaluate how how teachers are adapting and how students are responding as a result. And then after that, we work out any issues that have been experienced on that trial co-pilot, or on that pilot program. And then work those into the solutions so that we can implement it on a wider base across the university as a whole. And then finally, we want to provide continuous support because we acknowledge that that AI and technology is continually training. It's continually advancing. In fact, I believe that last month there were over 1,000 new AI tools that were produced. So this is a field that's constantly evolving and constantly changing, and we want to leverage Microsoft's size and their resources to adapt as well in an ethical manner, in a responsible manner, and implement those new solutions to the university as a whole. And also, as I mentioned previously, sending out that feedback form so we're able to see how teachers are actually taking the lessons that they're learning using the co-pilot system and the Viva system, seeing if that's actually having an impact on their teaching, their lesson planning, if they're able to spend more time with their students, and as well if the students are seeing a result as well because of that.
And the Q&A period there's only 30 seconds left. Thank you.
Can I ask one more?
Sure. Just 30 seconds.
Very
Yeah,
quickly.
maybe they have more.
So you're asking us to make an investment right away, but the result is going to come in 3 years. You said 2027. Why is it taking so long for us to see the implementation in 3 years versus now? Because we're paying now.
It's
Answer
not.
20 seconds. Go ahead, sir.
It's not necessarily. It's going to take 3 years. The actual go live of everyone else being integrated into it is going to be in 3 years. So we're going to get started immediately in terms of identifying key stakeholders, figuring out where their needs and problems are, but from there, having the assessments, figuring out what their needs are, and actually having those inputs and processes put in place, that whole process in order to integrate into the entire university and the go live of the entire system will be in 3 years. I hope that answers your question.
Perfect. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
to meet you.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. I'm Jocelyn.
Hello.
Good morning, Eleanor. I'm Jocelyn.
Nice to meet you. I'm William.
So, hi everybody once again. So, judges once again. My name is Ethan, as you know. You'll hear this another 2 times afterwards, unfortunately. But for the delegates, I'll be your timekeeper. It's the same as the last 2 days. I have a 10-minute, 5-minute, 2-minute, and 30-second indicators here. I also will count down my hands 30 seconds. No, sorry, 30 seconds is 0. I'll count down my hands at 10 seconds. Once I get to 0, I'll say stop, of course. Afterwards, Q&A session of a maximum of 10 minutes will follow. I would like to remind you that all teams must present for a minimum of 15 minutes, during which all of you have to speak, but not necessarily during the 10-minute Q&A period. And audience members, we ask that you please place your phones on silent mode, of course, and remain seated in the room for the full duration of the presentation and the Q&A period. Now let the judges introduce themselves. Once they're done, you may begin your presentation. I'll start my timer. And I'll just also say, just to remind everybody, just occasionally look towards me, just in case I have time. Perfect. Go ahead, judges.
Hi everyone, Sam Kershi, CEO of the Kershi Group.
Hi everyone, Catherine Amaroja. I work in trade marketing in the media industry.
Hi, Jean Brody. I'm CFO for a local technology company.
Hi, I'm Jen. I'm founder of Human First, HR and change management consulting firm.
Empower everyone to achieve more. That has been our mission since the very first day. Good morning, everyone. We're a sales consultant from Microsoft team. I'm Minnie with my team, Jocelyn, Eleanor, and William. We're very proud to bring you our solution for you to, from knowing Copilot to loving Copilot, and ultimately to achieve more with Copilot. Now, our objective is very clear today. We want to allow our Canadian university to achieve more with our solution. And to do this, we have 3 key challenges and questions to answer, which is how can Copilot help, how can we implement, and ultimately how does it impact our university performance. And we will do it through 2 recommendations, from knowing Copilot to loving Copilot, and ultimately we are achieving a 2.7 million Canadian dollar annual benefits. Now, first of all, we have to understand what are your current problem. We understand you very well that the university board ultimately want to achieve more with better reputation and better university ranking to attract more people to our university. However, we are facing some key challenges from 3 main stakeholders, and I'm going to dive into each of stakeholders from students, teachers, and administrators one by one later on. And however, we know that the challenges are actually brought from COVID and the overwhelming presence of technology, where it make all of these stakeholders really difficult to adopt to it, and it really disturb their learning and operation of the university. That's why, first of all, our key stakeholder is teachers, which are currently overworking due to overworking with high turnover rate. And why would that happen is because the university reduce their hiring due to reduced profit, and also there are lower productivity because the teacher has to adapt to different technologies, and ultimately there is also a labor shortage brought by less teacher present in our university. And next, we look at our administrator, which are very important in facilitating and helping our school to operate while also facilitating the learning of our students. And for this group of stakeholders, they are also overworking because of lower productivity. Why would that happen? Basically, based on 2 reasons, from changing modes of teaching, learning, and assessment, and also there are complexity in coordinating with internal and external stakeholders for their work. And that's why they're also resulting in lower productivity. Now, finally, we look at our students. Our students lack the time for them to really develop their intellectual property, as well as really amplify their creativity as a university student. Why would that happen is because we basically have two parts of learning during our university, self-learning and classroom learning. For self-learning, we really lack the time for us to learn beyond the classroom because we have to spend a lot of time in doing the dirty work, such as doing presentations, arranging for different meetings, and adapting to different technologies and different modes of studies. And that's why it really limited our creativity and also our time for us to develop our intellectual property. And that's why today we understand that you asked us, how can we really improve your your time, save your course, and also to amplify your reputation. That's why we come up with 3 different questions that are stated in the executive summary. And now I pass on to my colleagues to walk you through how can we know Copilot.
Thank you, Mini. So as mentioned by Mini, we have 3 main stakeholders, and they have 3 main responsibilities to help your university to achieve better rankings and better reputations. So for teachers, mainly they have to do a lot of research and teaching planning to help to improve the school ranking. As well as for students, they have a lot of time, have to do studying in order to achieve better results to improve your branding. And last but not least, it's the administrators that have to facilitate different kinds of projects, assisting both teachers and students in order to help them to achieve better results to improve your ranking and reputation. However, we see that there are a lot of problems that we're facing, which actually comes with 2 main problems. The first is that they spend too much time on doing stuff that are not too value-adding. Secondly is that their lack of productivity for now only. Therefore, we are now introducing you with Copilot. Copilot is a fully integrated technology leveraging on AI to help teachers, students, as well as administrators to facilitate their education in university. So in here, there are 3 key features is that Copilot is an all-in-one platform that integrates every single part of Microsoft, including files, documents, Excel, and ultimately it helps you to save time, as well as to inspire and to boost productivity, which is what we really need in education. So therefore, let's first take a look. Teachers, as mentioned, they save a lot of time doing administrative work or planning work classes, and therefore these can actually be assisted with Chat Copilot. What does that mean? So for teachers, they do a lot of class plannings. For example, they need to extract ideas from textbooks, researches, or there are a lot of administrative work from the office, from the faculty. There are a lot of emails ongoing. And dealing with all of these are actually very time consuming and not very value adding. But how can we improve with Chat? Chat can create content from all the platforms that you access to. So it can generate the ideas from this research, from another research. All of things can be created in just a simple ask in the chat. At the same time, you can also summarize different key ideas for delivery in classes that can be done by simple 1 click. Moving on. Therefore, with this, we can better manage all the information that exists in the platform to help teachers to develop better planning for classes, as well as to put more time into doing what's more value-adding, which is research. In research, actually, because of the overrun of technologies, professors or teachers might not really know a lot of different kinds of technology existing. For example, when doing research, they have to do a lot of data, but then there are a lot of technologies we have, for example, VBA, Python, a lot of formulas and stuff. They do not know how to really utilize them and help them to generate the best output for their research. And therefore, with the Copilot Excel, it helps you to do all the data analysis, generating graphs by simply asking simple questions. For example, which product was the most profitable in the quarter? It helps you directly to simply generate the idea, the key insights that you need for your research. Moving on. Therefore, we know that Copilot can help us to generate all the details, all the research data, analyze everything for us, for the professor to deliver better outputs for the research. After knowing about solving the problem for the professors, now move on to students. Students, they have to have a lot of time for learning themselves, from reading the class materials or doing extra research readings and stuff. These are actually so time-consuming and not very value-adding. Why would I say it's not value-adding? Because it's only one-sided learning. Simply reading does not help us to stimulate our ideas, for us to create more ideas, for more creativity and innovation. And therefore, these should actually be used by Copilot. So introducing Copilot Word as well as OneNote, it will able to help us to digest all the long information from the class notes, researches, articles to generate the key ideas for us to glimpse the key ideas in one or few seconds or few minutes, and therefore we can move on to more value-adding tasks, which includes the intellectual stimulation. During a lot of our learnings, we have to learn ourselves, we have to think deeply, or doing interactions and discussion with our teammates. Usually there may be some some memo pads on a whiteboard that allow us to throw in ideas, but then we always come with an ending as that our minds are super blank. We do not know what should we do. We do not know what's further ideas that we can develop. And here comes the power of Copilot Whiteboard. With Copilot Whiteboard, they're able to generate new ideas from what you already have, or to ask more questions for you to stimulate your ideas to create better outcomes that can stimulate students' idea, creating new stuff, which is something what we really value in student learning. And therefore, with Whiteboard, we're able to stimulate students with the intellectual development, which is what really needs for in education. Last but not least, moving on to administrators. Administrators have to do a lot of different kind of stuff, managing different projects, from scholarships to financials, a lot of stuff. And as well as that, they have to do a lot of communication with external parties, as well as teachers and students. And these so much things are ongoing at the same time, and therefore everything is so messy, so complex, but this can be solved easily with our technology, Copilot, Outlook, and Teams. Everything can be generated with summaries of different meetings, as well as to generate some follow-up emails, helping us to interact with others and help us to organize and facilitate the whole project process. And therefore, with these, with Copilot Teams and Outlook, we're able to better manage the project for administrators to help them to save time, and that's why they will not have to work overtime or to be stressed out and losing their work-life balance. Therefore, with all of the Copilot offerings, we're able to address all the problems faced by our teachers, students, and administrators to allow them to create better outputs to improve your branding of your university. And now, how can we actually implement this? Let me pass the time to Eleanor.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Of course, our aim is not only for you to know about Copilot, but we also want you to fall in love with Copilot for every single stakeholder in the university. So, introducing you loving Copilot. It consists of two different stakeholders. For the users, it means the professors, the students, and the admin staff mentioned by my colleagues earlier. And second of all is the board, which is the university board of your university. So now let's first look at how we can let all the users to fall in love with Copilot. So for the users, we divided it into three different sections. One is, we call it the champions, which is the tech-savvy users that are willing to change and willing to embrace the new technology used by Copilot. And the second of all is the indifferent users, which means they are unaware of the benefits of Copilot, but they also are willing to use this technology. And the third part is those that are reluctant to change. They might not have a lot of experiences with using technologies, and therefore more education or more effort is needed for them to actually embrace and fall in love with Copilot. So how do we actually let every stakeholder love them? We will first try to leverage on the existing champions to transform them into people that know and love Copilot, and ultimately hoping to let these champions to also affect the indifferences and also the reluctance. So first of all, we have to identify who are actually the champions. We will be utilizing Viva Insights, which is also a brand under Microsoft Copilot. And Microsoft Copilot and Viva Insights all together can make a dashboard to identify those already using Microsoft 365 in your university on who are actually using the advanced features. And they can also track which user actually uses 365 for more time and uses the advanced features, and therefore we can identify these as the people who are the champions for using and embracing technologies. Of course, other than the Viva Insights, we can also ask departments to nominate students or professors or admin staff that are younger or embracing technology in a more frequent time, and therefore identify these as the champions for using Copilot. Now, after identifying the champions, the next step is to teach these champions what is Copilot and how Copilot can further elevate their experiences from 365 to another higher level. So we'll be hosting workshops to let all the champions to master Copilot. So we will be providing training sessions by professors, students, and admin staff in these three different groups. And in these training sessions, our Microsoft team will provide you different training sessions on how to use the different features of Copilot by the apps such as Word, Excel, chat, and etc. So everyone in the champions team will actually know and love about Copilot. And then the next step is to transform these champions into teachers to teach the indifferences and the reluctances. So our team will help to pair the champions with the indifferences as buddies, and we will also provide incentives for these champions to teach them. For the professors, we'll give them teaching credits or some certifications, while also some shout out in meetings or email announcements can also be made for students. For example, if one student is the champion that form a buddy with a group of people that are indifferences, then after teaching them, they will also receive a shout out in the email announcement to be announced for the whole school. And these are some incentives that's suggested by us, but of course, it is open for discussion for your university. While for the indifferences, they will be understanding the benefits of Copilot from these pairings with the champions. And especially for students, the peer influence segment is very heavily affected. So if one student actually loves using Copilot and they can share their project experiences with all other people in their project team, and this will be a mass scale amplifying effect for the whole group of students. Now, last but not least, after engaging with the champions and the indifferences, the most difficult part is on the reluctances. And therefore, we believe forming a community in the university will help to also transform these reluctance to people that become champions ultimately. So we'll have peer support, of course, also by forming groups and also more successful case studies. For example, for some professors that they might not want to embrace on technologies, maybe because they don't know how effective technologies can help them to do their research work. And we can use the Microsoft Analytics to ultimately tell them how many minutes or how fast the Excel process or the process can be transformed through looking at quantifiable impacts, and therefore hopefully these successful case studies can also help the reluctances to quantify and know the impact of Microsoft Copilot and ultimately become champions. So how can we do this in practice? For example, we can also create some small groups consist of the champions and the non-champions. The champions will now be the indifferences and the original champions. So the group will also be quite large to hopefully also impact the non-champions. Of course, we understand a lot of professors, they might not have a lot of experience in technologies, and therefore one-on-one personal support will also be provided. And also there will be on-campus weekly trainings for different groups as students and administrative staff. And of course, on the Microsoft website, there will also be successful case study sharings. And therefore, for these reluctances, they will be able to understand the benefits of Copilot and also having these one-on-one customized and personalized support and also motivation in the community. Hopefully, everyone will transform from non-champion to champion. And therefore, this influence can help everyone in your school to fall in love with Copilot. And of course, for the management board, we understand that you need a one-stop clear visualization to look at the impact of Copilot for the whole school. And therefore, we introduced you to use the Microsoft Copilot dashboard, which has 3 different features. First, it is on the adoption to quantify the impact of the whole university's people's users on Microsoft. And the second of all is looking at the impacts, and lastly is looking at the sentiment. So for the sentiment, people can also reflect on how they love the community and Copilots, and therefore can also be looked at by the university. And also the well-being of every staff and students in the university can be catered by looking at the percentages of people using the technology. Now, therefore, the board and also the need of the users are now fixed, and the next question will be on the impact.
Now, so what would be the overall impact of adopting Copilot in your school? Well, let me first give you an overview of the impact. By adopting Copilot, you'll already be able to achieve a payback in 7 months, and then annually you'll be able to save 2.7 million Canadian dollars. And in terms of time, you'll be able to save up to 7,000 hours of manpower hours per year. And the key costs involved will be the upfront cost for installation and teaching everyone in the school, as well as the recurring cost for subscription. But I know these numbers don't make a lot of sense if we don't explain them in detail. So let me walk you through the logic of calculating the benefits and the costs. So for the benefits, it's a simple equation of the time saved multiplied by the value of money, value of time, multiplied by the number of users. So according to our Microsoft's internal research, as well as benchmark from other industries, we're able to quantify an average amount of time saved by each user along the entire school, and the value of money of that time saved, and we're able to compute the total benefit. So as you can see here, as everyone gradually adopts and get used to using Copilot, they'll be saving more and more time, and eventually it'll be able to drive the 2 million annual savings that we discussed earlier. But there are also impacts that cannot be quantified. By streamlining the entire process for board members, you guys will have more time for strategic development. By streamlining the process for teachers and administrators, they will have more time for student development, and for students, they will have more time for personal development, and ultimately, it will be able to drive your school into a better place with a higher ranking and a better reputation. Now, let's look at the cost side. So for a 3-year projection, the initial investment will be around 500,000 Canadian dollars with the same amount of annual recurring subscription cost charge. So for the initial investment, it will mainly be covering all the costs for assessing the needs, actually teaching all the users, as well as installation and setup, and helping every user to migrate to a new system correctly. And for the recurring subscription model, it's a flat fee. Everyone is charged 30 Canadian dollars per year, and we've broken down all the users into the following numbers, and we'll be happy to elaborate in the Q&A section. So now we have all the impacts. How can we actually achieve this impact? We have devised a simple 3-year milestones. In the first year, we aim to have 90% adoptions among the champion because of the highest willingness to actually adopt Copilot. And the second year, we aim to start to assimilate the knowledge to all the indifferences and achieve a 70% adoption rate among them. And finally, in year 3, we hope that with the network effect as well as the peer influence, 50% of the reductant will be able to adopt Copilot, and eventually in year 3, an overall 67.2% of adoption rate will be achieved. There are a few risks along the implementation, and we'll be happy to address in the Q&A section. Now, we've answered the final question of what's the impact, and we're sure that with Copilot, you'll be able to help your school to elevate the teaching and learning experience for your students, and eventually bring it into a higher ranking and better learning environment for everyone. Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. So we'll begin our 10-minute Q&A period.
Am I starting again? Okay. I'll go back to the financials.
Yeah.
So I understood exactly how you got to a 2 million of
Yeah.
annual savings. But is it really an annual savings? Is it really an annual savings to the university?
Oh, you're talking about savings, because right now we understand that.
In your presentation, you
Yes.
said it would save the
Yes.
university $2 million. Is it saving? So think about the question. So are we saving money, or are we going to become much more efficient? And what is the save efficiency?
So I think for this, it comes in both areas, both in efficiency and actual cost reduction. So for cost reduction, it mainly comes from the lower of needs to hire new people, because we see a very, very high staffing shortage as well as a high turnover rate. So the onboarding time, the onboarding fee for training new employees, and time, all the HR costs related to hiring new employees will be reduced. And the other part will be on efficiency, mainly to increase the productivity and increase retention of the employees so that they can achieve a better work-life balance. And again, this is to reduce the labor churn rate so that overall it can reduce the cost related to hiring as well as increase the efficiency.
A follow-up question to
Yes.
that, sorry, and then do you plan on, how do you plan on rolling out teachers, administrators, and students? How?
I think that
At the same time, in terms of timing?
I think the most priority will be actually from the teachers, because the teachers have to use it to actually show as a role model to the students, as well as they can include it in the assignments. Maybe they teach them how to actually use this in their assignment to use Copilot to save a bunch of time. So teachers will be the topest priority, and then it will be the administrators, because also they support all the teaching activities of the teachers. And if they don't know how to use it, or not be able to achieve the impact that we just mentioned. And then for students, I believe that for all young students, they are tech savvy. If the professors teach them, and with peer influence, as well as all the news that they know and excitement about generative AI and all the AI technology, they will be the lowest priority because they already have some sort of idea, and it will be the easiest to convince them to actually change to Copilot.
I have more questions, but I'm going to stay. Go ahead.
Well, the way you presented it, being part of let's say the reluctant adapter of the platform. You told us you're gonna put some training sessions, some one-on-one meetings, a lot of help. How will you justify to an employee that is already overworked that he needs to spend more time in learning a new thing if he's one already tech reluctant and overworked?
So I think this can mainly be solved by when they look at the other people in the group also saving a bunch of time. So by looking at the peers, for example, for students, if I don't use Copilot, I cannot summarize the whole Word document by just one click, but I have to look at the whole passage. So this might take me 1 hour, but if I'm in the same project doing the same task and my peer just finished it within 30 seconds, then I think this very direct visualization of the time saved will be one very crucial factor. And therefore for the reluctances, we are trying to influence them by the champions. And therefore by forming these peer groups and community groups and also having the case studies, we hope they can actually visualize how powerful Copilot is and therefore being able to take that first step to help solve and to change their behaviors.
Hi. Why do you suggest in the recommendation that students need to be rolled into this? And why should the university have to pay for that?
Yeah, I totally understand your concern. So why we actually think students will be very interested in it and it can really help our university to boost your reputation is because students currently actually lacks time for them to rethink creatively or to really develop their intellectual property, because a lot of time, as we were students before, we know that students are spending a lot of time on assignments or very dirty work on doing all the Excels, learning something that is very easy to learn in classroom. But right now we are lacking the time to really self-learn on our own, which would really need Copilot to help us to learn more. And because
And maybe I would like to add on. So from a school point of view, we have identified what makes them to achieve higher branding, higher reputation and higher ranking is definitely from 2 areas. The first area is from the research output of professors, and another is about the student achievement. So when we all enroll to the university, the first thing we look definitely is the ranking, as well as how the graduates perform when they go to the work market. And therefore believe that with the use of Copilot, we're not only able to help them to allocate more time in more value-adding learning opportunities to stimulate the thinking, which is definitely the most valuable part of education that can help students achieve higher results, better outcomes that can contribute back to the reputation of the school. And that's why we think that this increase in reputation will definitely be the best factor to facilitate people to enroll to the school, which is what the school really cares about. I hope this addresses your question.
How much time do we have?
Oh, we got 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
All right, thank you for your presentation. In terms of your rollout in your implementation, it seems to be organic. It seems to be, let's work with champions. So I have a couple of questions. What percentage of the population are you expecting to be champions? Because you seem to be weighing heavily on that, and that's your main strategy. So how many people are you expecting, or what's the percentage you're expecting that they be champions because you're relying on them?
So actually for the number of percentages, it really differs institution by institution, but we assume that it follows a normal distribution. So for the main indifferent part, it will be the 68% in the middle, and then for the 2 ends, it will be champions and reluctants. So it will be 13% for both.
Okay, and because you touched on the fact that you look at rankings and it's important for everybody, this doesn't seem mandatory. It's done through champions and it's organic. It's not mandatory. So how will we get this whole army of people to shift from point A to point B? How will we get all these people to shift if what they're doing is not mandatory and we're relying on people's willingness to change? What can be done?
I think in terms of whether it's mandatory or not, so it is definitely not mandatory, but we believe they will be voluntarily willing to change, because right now the biggest problem in the workforce is that they're overworked. They don't have work-life balance, so they want less work, but they can't have less work because they simply cannot hire more people. So the only way they can relax is to finish all the work in a lesser amount of time. So if they see the champions being able to go home at 6 p.m. every day while they have to stay in the office until maybe 9 p.m. every day, that will be a natural incentive for them to voluntarily adopt this new solution.
in your, are there any other universities that have adopted ChatGPT and or Copilot, and what is the success?
I'm afraid this is a bit a sensitive question, but allow me to elaborate from our place where we come from. So I'm not explaining where we are come from, just for the rules. But then in our home places, basically most of the universities have adopted the technology of ChatGPT, as well as all the technology actually allows students to use it for their assignments, for their learning as well. So in this sense, actually the acceptance of schools are actually very high. So we believe that this can be rolled out. And for me personally, in my management class, my professor actually also used Copilot. Like he introduces the Copilot concept to us, and he said that he will be using it very soon as when it rolls out. So I believe that this can shows that how common a ChatGPT or Copilot is, as well as the acceptance rate within within universities, professors as well as students. Thank you.
So why focus on the reluctant group, if we can call them that, in year 3? Why are we waiting till the 3rd year? Was there like a strategy behind why we're working on that?
I think it's in terms of the priorities, because even for us, Microsoft, we don't have the resources to actually talk to every single one on the campus. So we definitely need to set priority, and then the priority is in terms of the easiness to change. So in terms of easiness to change, reluctance is a very, very low priority, because you need to spend a lot of human resources, as well as they need to see that everyone else is actually adopting to this new technology before they actually consider whether they want to adopt to this technology or not. So they will be the least priority, and that's why it's in year 3 instead of maybe year 1 or year 2.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Ashton. Shay, Ashton. Hi, Ashton. Savannah. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Savannah, nice to meet you.
Madison.
Let's go back to the.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's good. Don't worry. So, as before, my name is Ethan. So many of you know that, and I'm your timekeeper like usual. So delegates know that there's one of these for 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, and 30 seconds. The last 10 seconds, I go ahead with my hand and I count all the way down to 0, which when I say stop. Immediately after, we're going to have a 10-minute question and answer period. I'd like to remind you all that teams present for a minimum of 15 minutes, and all of you have to speak, but not necessarily during the Q&A period. You know, this, audience members, we ask you please place your phones on silent mode and remain seated in the room for the full duration of the presentation and Q&A period. I'll allow the judge to introduce themselves, and once they're done, you can continue presenting. I'll start the timer. And just make sure you look at me every little once in a while so you see the time indicators. I really don't want you to listen.
Hi everyone, I'm Sam Kershey. I'm CEO of the Kershey Group.
Hi, I'm Kathleen. I work in trade marketing in the media industry.
Hi, Jean Parati, CFO for a local tech company.
Hi, I'm Alex Sanjan, founder of Human First, HR and Change Management Consultant.
Imagine how much technology has changed your life in the last 20 years. And imagine how much it can change your life in the next 5, 10, 20 years. My name's Ashton. Today I'm joined with Savannah, Madison, and Shay. We're excited to talk to you about how technology can specifically change the education industry. Currently, we know that Canada's higher education system is facing multiple challenges as a barrier to success for all stakeholders, including teachers, admin, students, and HR. We've seen high employee turnover, as well as a 2-year cap on international students, which is declining the revenue that higher education institutions are bringing in. Furthermore, we've seen friction between employees of these higher education students and the government. So the key takeaway here is that these issues are impacting all stakeholders within these Canadian higher education institutions. Additionally, artificial intelligence has been transforming the lives of everyday individuals, and this has particularly impacted the higher education system in Canada. As we can see, higher education systems have implemented a number of remote learning opportunities, and 96% of teachers believe technology has had a positive impact on their education. So what does this mean when we put them all together? At the heart of the issue here, these Canadian educators and students are able to recognize the importance of technology, but they're being overwhelmed by this increased availability. As we can see with the high employee turnover and the impacts that it's having across stakeholders, with this abundance of technology, there's a clear gap and friction of where these are not being met together to meet needs of all stakeholders in this process. So in order to provide a quality learning environment, the Canadian higher education system needs a way to implement and utilize AI and these technologies to effectively impact and successfully impact students, teachers, admin, and HR, and all other stakeholders alike. So, introducing Copilot, your everyday AI companion that's going to meet all these needs. Now, as you can see, there's a lot of information up on this slide, but some of the key things I want you to take away from the use of Copilot is overall increasing job satisfaction through improved results using this software, as well as increasing the output and completing tasks faster. This is really going to have impact on those teachers and admin within these stakeholders of Canadian higher education systems. Furthermore, Copilot has proven to be successful. 68% of people that have used Copilot have said it's improved their overall quality of work. Furthermore, 70% of people that have used it don't want to give this program up, and Copilot has made people more productive. So given this, we see this as a solution to bridge that gap between stakeholders and this increasing use of technology in these Canadian higher institutions. But we also conducted analysis based on both the feasibility and impact that can have for these Canadian higher education institutions. We didn't want to just consider the Copilot, but we wanted to explain why this is going to be the best solution for this university. We wanted to consider what's going to save our stakeholders time, overall improve their resource allocation, while aligning with the current employee trends on the market, while HR can also play a pivotal role in this change management implementation using Copilot. As you can see, Copilot implementation is going to have the highest feasibility and highest impact because this university already utilizes Microsoft 365 within their network, and this can be buildable on top of their current software that they have. When we were grading these other options based on their impact and feasibility, none were able to rank as high as Copilot, and I just wanted to point that out to say that we did consider other options. So to address this key question of how Copilot can be successfully implemented to address these stakeholders' pain points, and also addressing each of these key tasks, we've developed this implementation plan and want to show you how this can really be successful for each of the stakeholders within this institution. So I'll let Savannah get us started with that.
Thank you, Ashton. As you can see, the plan we'll go over today will have a couple key impacts, but the first thing I'm going to get started on is demonstrating how Copilot specifically is going to meet your university's needs, but more specifically, as Ashton mentioned, your stakeholders' needs. So first, let's talk about it. We identified 5 key stakeholders for your university, starting with the board of directors, which is you, and going all the way down to the students, which represent the bottom line. At the end of the day, your university is here to provide a quality education for students. And we saw in the case packet that in Canada, it is one of the top education systems around the world. So starting with the board of directors, obviously as the decision makers in the university, you also have to consider human resources, which guides employee decisions throughout all of university education decisions, meaning an integration of Copilot needs to be hand in hand with HR. On top of that, an admin is a clear factor we need to consider, as well as the teachers that we've seen experiencing a majority of the burden in this post-pandemic technology shift. And at the end of the day, hopefully improving that quality education for students. We've also seen in the case packet 4 major burdens being faced by universities, and we assume that this is also something similarly faced by your university today. First of all, a strained budget. Now we know because of that decline, as Ashton mentioned, of international students, we have lower pay for teachers and a stressed relationship with teachers and unions. We've also seen decline in resources, and most importantly, that decline in time and well-being, meaning productivity today is more important than ever before. So first, now let's take a dive, now that we've seen your constraints and the stakeholders that we need to cater to, let's take a dive actually into how Copilot can specifically help each stakeholder that is key within your university. Starting with you, the board of directors. So first you can see here a walkthrough of how Copilot and Outlook can work, specifically for the board of directors. Someone can type in a certain task they want to complete within their Outlook, and already a draft is created in seconds regarding specifically the topic that they want to email. Now, on top of this inbox assistance, there's also Teams meeting summaries, which will allow them to get summaries of meetings they don't have time to make. But on top of that, a suggestive assist. So as you can see, there are a variety of key features that will directly help even the top of the supply chain and the stakeholders involved in the university. But at the end of the day, it saves both time and it increases productivity for the top of the line. Now moving down, you can see how teachers can be assisted. This example shows how in PowerPoint a teacher can create a lesson plan simply by typing a prompt or taking a previous document. It already uploads a PowerPoint suggested presentation and allows them to more efficiently create lesson plans. But it doesn't end there. On top of presentations, it also can create assignments and activities for their students. This will lessen that fatigue and will allow teachers to better maximize their time and their resources. On top of that, it allows for polished document access, summarizing key data from large documents, and also generating other types of content. So as you can see, this also helps teachers with their time and productivity pain points. One last thing we wanted to point out is administration. There are a variety of different types of administrators at a public university, and a university such as yours, but the functionalities best recommended by our team is the Copilot and Loop example. As you can see here, they can generate different types of content based on data. So they can create different graphics. It also allows you to generate paragraphs and summaries and recaps for meetings. And at the end of the day, this also results in a drastic time and productivity savings and increase. But let's talk about the numbers. I'm gonna have Shay come in just for a second to explain the quantitative impact of using Copilot for each of our stakeholders.
Thank you, Savannah. Over the course of 5 years, Copilot's going to help us save 33,521 days of employee time, as well as 13.1 million Canadian dollars in cost savings. The major assumptions of these impacts are taken from industry benchmarks compiled by Microsoft, as well as using our AI to analyze how other institutions have implemented Copilot to make sure we can provide accurate assumptions for you.
Thank you, Shay. Now, understood basically how Copilot can be integrated to mitigate your university's challenges. Now let's talk specifically how it can be implemented with change management process hand in hand with human resources. So I'm going to pass it off to Madison to explain just how that works.
Yeah, so now I would love to dive into how actually Copilot can be implemented into your university. So we have a 3-stage process. We have the communication stage, we have the onboarding stage, and then we have the feedback stage. So to start, let's talk about the communication stage. And the whole point of this stage is just to inform employees about the change that's coming. We know that people are change resistant by nature. Change is a huge disruptor, and it can be a driver for high turnover and other negative impacts on your education system. So we want to make sure that we're having a transparent communication process with our employees and gearing them up for this big change. And this is going to be done in 2 different steps, addressing 2 different channels. So first and foremost, we're going to address the digital channel by sending all of our employees an email. Now, I'd like to highlight a few key features of this email. So first of all, it's going to introduce that we are going to be switching to using Copilot, and it's going to address that this is going to complement the usage of Microsoft 365 that your university already has. Next, it's going to outline the specific goals that your university has for implementing Copilot. Whether this be, for example, an increase in efficiency by outsourcing some of the simple tasks such as grading, or an increase in work-life balance through automated out-of-office responses to emails. Finally, it's going to invite all of our users to step 2, which I'll be talking about in a second, which is an informational meeting about Viva, as well as a question and answer session. But bottom line, what this email is going to emphasize is that this technology is not meant to be a burden to employees. As Ashton mentioned in our analysis, a lot of university employees see all of this different technology that they're having to adapt to as a burden, and it's taking too much of their time to learn how to use it. We want to emphasize that Copilot is just an addition to the work they do. It's meant to help them and to make things easier for them. So, after employees receive this email, they're headed to step 2 of the communication stage. And this is going to be through a physical channel. This is going to be a physical meeting held at the university with any employees interested in learning more about how the Copilot is going to be onboarded, as well as who might have questions about the process. So during this Q&A session, we're going to teach employees through a PowerPoint presentation, much like the one you're watching today, how to access Viva and begin their onboarding journey. And more importantly, we're going to host a Q&A session during this time with a Microsoft representative who will be there to address any employees' upfront issues or questions they might have about Copilot. So next, let's move on to the second stage, which is the onboarding stage. After attending this meeting, we've given employees all the tools they need to begin the onboarding process. Now within the onboarding stage, we have 3 different sub-stages. So the first is going to be the initial onboarding, and then we're going to move to the enablement stage, and finally to the adoption and value add stage. So at the beginning in the onboarding stage, this is going to use 2 of our Viva applications. This is going to be Skills in Viva and Viva Goals. So Skills in Viva is going to be a readiness assessment for employees, wherein they're able to kind of see how equipped they are today to use Copilot. And from there, it'll assign them a learning path based on their proficiency that's tailored specifically to each employee. And second is Viva Goals. As employees are adopting to this new change, we want to remind them that we're all in this together and it's a community-wide effort. So they're going to be able to align around shared goals and track individual and group milestones as they complete more and more onboarding. So after this initial onboarding, we'll move to the enablement stage, which uses 2 more Viva applications, Viva Insights and Viva Amplify. So Viva Insights is AI-generated reports based on a new employee's workload, their usage of Microsoft 365, and it'll direct their attention to areas in which Copilot could kind of supplement their needs and reduce that time they're spending on a task. So like Savannah showed us earlier, this could include an email. Instead of having to type out a full email, they could type out a simple sentence and it would draft the entire email for them. But we know that a lot of employees during this time may not see those opportunities for immediate usage of Copilot, so we want to help gradually ease them into that process so that eventually with Viva Amplify, they're going to see where they could use Copilot themselves and not have to rely on Viva Insights to show them where the platform could be utilized. And then finally, in the adoption and value add stage, this is going to use Viva Engage. And Viva Engage is going to be used to share progress amongst employees as an open communication forum, and also a place to provide important feedback to the HR team and also Microsoft about the implementation of the application. And now we'll move on to the final stage, the feedback stage. As we know, no change is ever going to be satisfiable to everyone. So that's why your HR team needs to position itself to be able to handle any risks that pop up or challenges that may occur and be able to mitigate those and have a strategy to move forward with them. So with the feedback stage, this is going to be an internal and an external process. So on the internal side, this is going to be your HR. HR is going to use the Microsoft Copilot dashboard monitoring system, and from there they'll be able to track things like the adoption rate, the productivity gains, and the ROI for users of the product. And they're also going to have an on-call Microsoft representative unique to the HR system who is there to kind of mitigate any gaps that the HR might have in dealing with the employees on that end. So if an employee comes to the HR representative with a question and that HR representative is unable to answer it, they can call their on-call Microsoft representative and get some more insight into the Copilot platform. This Microsoft representative will also be there to mitigate any big challenges that your university faces when implementing Copilot on a wide scale. And as for the external side, we're going to be utilizing Viva Glint, which is a place where employees can provide feedback and insights that will go straight to HR. And we'll also be utilizing follow-up emails just to check in with all of the employees to containing a survey that will prompt them to provide their feedback about the implementation of Copilot. And now I'd like to pass it off to Shay to talk about our implementation and our financials.
Thank you. All right, let's take a look at our financials and see how Microsoft is going to help your university co-pilot its future. All right, so here's our implementation plan. We have 3 immediate action steps. 1, you're going to meet with Microsoft's legal team to establish contracts in our agreement. 2, we're going to sign agreements so we can begin to implement Copilot into your university. 3, we're going to provide your HR with Viva training to make sure that they're able to smoothly optimize the transition to our software. So as you look at the more detailed implementation timeline on the right side of the slide, you can see different streams of tasks that are going on. So on that first task, we have like contracts and licenses, which is a whole process of onboarding you to the actual software and then implementing it top down to make sure that we're able to do this in a strategic way. Second, we have that HR element of it, which is training HR, having that initial Viva training session that Madison mentioned, and then going through putting each of our staff members through Viva to make sure they're able to solidify their transition to Copilot. Then on our third line, we have the data analysis portion of this program, which is analyzing the data provided by Copilot to make sure we can make better decisions. And then fourth is figuring out our actual costs and time savings that are implemented by Copilot to make sure that we're able to better strategize the way that we use our people. And then finally, we have a Microsoft representative that's going to be with you throughout this whole process to help in any ways you need smoothing this transition. So looking at the cost, the total cost of implementing Microsoft Copilot over 5 years is 150,000 Canadian dollars. Microsoft has shown how much it loves education and is giving a really reduced rate, so it's important that we realize that this is significantly lower than it would be for a for-profit business. The majority of this is coming from licensing over the 5 years, and the implementation cost is estimated to be half of your first year payment of $30,000. Now as we look at the staff workload, over the course of 5 years, we're going to reduce our workload by 33,521 days. As we look through this, we see that the majority of this comes from the teachers and admin. The reason why the board of directors has less is because there's simply less board of directors. As we translate this into cost savings, we see a total cost savings of $13.1 million, with 1.1 million coming from our board of directors, 7 million coming from our admin and faculty, and 5 million coming from our teachers. You can see that this increases linearly over time as we increase our staff. There are 3 main areas of risk that we thought of when doing today's case. One was unionization. As mentioned in the case packet, there is a big unionization of teachers here in Canada, but that's why we wanted to go through this HR process of informing people that this is here to work with them, not against them, to make sure that they realize it's only going to benefit them. 2, we have risk of adoption, that people won't adopt. But this is why we deploy Microsoft Viva, which uses shared goals amongst employees to make it so that there's a community of people pushing themselves to do better and adopt it more. Finally, we have missed opportunities, and there's always the option that signing with Copilot, you're going to miss other opportunities, but as we showed you in the beginning of today's presentation, we are sure that Copilot is best for your organization. So overall, we can measure the success by 3 main key performance indicators. 1, 13.1 million in cost savings over 5 years. 2, 33,521 days saved. And 3, an improvement in employee productivity and work-life balance.
So given this, how can Copilot successfully implement to address stakeholder pain points? By implementing this along with our change management process, we are going to save employees precious time as they adapt to this new technology and overall have a more successful system within their Canadian university. That'll result in the impacts that Shay just set for us. Thank you, and we'd like to open the floor for questions at this time.
Thank you. Perfect. Okay, so now we're going to 10-minute Q&A.
So I have a question. So my friend Bob is a teacher at the university, and he is really overworked, tasked. I can't even have a conversation with him on my drive home. How will you successfully convince Bob that this will actually save him time?
I can talk about that. So I think the biggest thing is going to see an example from someone else and show him from someone close to him that it has had a positive impact on his work-life experience and therefore can also have a positive impact on his experience to save him time and money. We did include a couple of case studies down here. So we've seen from Indiana University and UAE how it's helped them, and by having these case studies and showing that example, we hope that he will be able to see the positive impact and be able to save that time.
Well, so I think the case studies are really interesting from our stuff. I'd love to know a little bit more, but let's park that. How are these case studies going to help influence Bob that this is going to actually help him be more efficient, be a better teacher, be more available to his students?
Yeah, definitely. So if in our implementation timeline, this is why we did like a top-down approach. So we're going to start with like you, the board of directors, the deans. As you guys successfully implement it into the work you do, you're able to go to the administration managers, tell them about what you're doing and get them on board. And then finally, it's going to trickle down into the teachers. And we believe that by having an organization of people based off the top that are using this, that teachers will be convinced.
Do you think that, sorry, it's my last question for now. Do you think that maybe adopting a super user or a champion that's a teacher and identifying that could benefit Bob?
Yeah, definitely. And that is definitely could be worked into our change management process. I know that that is a very popular way of initiating change in an organization. But the great thing about the process that we've outlined for you today is that it's very feedback oriented. By having that upfront meeting, all of the concerns can be mitigated in the beginning. And throughout that onboarding process, you also saw that we're going to be receiving a lot of feedback from employees. And finally, at that third touch point as well. So it's very reliant on feedback and finding ways that we can mitigate any of those concerns.
And I'd like to add on to that concerning your super champion. I think that's a great thing to implement within that email that we send out, coming from someone very close to this university, the board of directors, saying, I've used this, it works for me, and I want you guys to have the same benefits that I'm experiencing myself.
Thank you.
Is there a plan on enrolling students in Copilot as well in the long run, or is it more for staff and administration only?
Yeah, I'll start with this one. Just from a strategic side, and then we can talk about the financials, but we really saw that the students were the bottom line, and so the people that could use the most in the immediate short term right now are teachers. We're still trying to kind of adapt to this digital age, and because we only have Microsoft 365 and our employees aren't onboarded already, we did see a need in the future for students to kind of be onboarded onto this, but we felt like that would be overwhelming and too expensive to add them as well onto our onto our new subscription, just because teachers we saw, they seem the most fatigued from this post-pandemic learning environment.
Yeah, and just to add on, as presented in the case, the biggest gap that we identified in those stakeholders was the faculty, the administration, and the teachers. So students in the long term definitely could be added on to the co-pilot program, but in the short term, I think the most important thing today is address those risks that the teachers and the administration are causing throughout the stakeholder chain.
I think on the financials, so I saw a summary. I'm sure there's a worksheet behind that.
Yes.
Could you walk us through it?
All right, so what would you like to look at? I'm assuming it's on the cost savings and time. All right, so I'll start with our calculations for figuring out the amount of university staff. So online we were able to find that there were 47,000 professors in Canada, and in the case packet we were given that there's 100 institutions. So we found that there was 470 average professors at a university. Looking online, a typical university has 44% professor to admin proportion of staff. So we divided the 470 by that to get our average number of staff at our average Canadian university. Now as we move over here, we can see for each segment of staff, we're going to have different calculations based off of what Microsoft has come up with. So for each of those, what we did was we found the percent of staff that those people are and used that times the population at the university to get the number of people. The daily time savings was given by Microsoft at 0.7 hours a day, and the academic days in the year for Canada is 190. So we multiplied those together to get the top level days saved, and then divided by 24 to get the days saved of 282.6. So then, at the same time, to find the cost savings, we were provided for top level people in an organization, it's $5,000 per year. So then multiplying the number by that, that's how we got the cost savings. And this same logic was done for each of these and then added together to get the total.
Fair enough.
Hi. And you mentioned that 33,521 days are saved by implementing. Can you walk us through how you came up with that?
Yeah, so that was what it was here. I can explain like what Microsoft means by the days saved. So days saved is typically like the hours that you don't have to spend doing particular tasks that you can use to do other things. So for top level managers, that's things like data analytics, like being able to miss meetings that aren't as important so you can make those decisions. In the middle, it's things like writing emails, doing those menial tasks that you don't really have time for and you can better use like managing people. And at the bottom level, it's usually typically associated with creativity. So that's like creating lesson plans, writing emails. For teachers, it's even like when they're out of the office, having an AI generate a preliminary response to help them so that they're able to have that work-life balance. So together, just based off all the people using Copilot, it's estimated to be that number that's provided there in hours per person per day.
And just going back to your implementation, can we just look at specifically, how you're rolling this out? So, what is the rollout plan in terms of the implementation to make sure that you said communication, onboarding, feedback, those are your 3 stages. What specifically are you rolling out to make sure that by year 2 the teachers are fully implemented?
Yeah. So what we're going to do is have that initial training in Viva. So that's going to start with our top level. As we go, we're going to trickle it down to mid and then into teachers. But what the main idea here is that we're going to have that HR staff, particular training from Microsoft, as well as the Microsoft representative that's with to help with implementation. The great thing about Viva is we're able to track usage as well as see like how many people are training, and it has an employee leaderboard so that people are able to go and like compare themselves to other people and really create a community that uplifts each other.
Well, I think I'm good.
Good too.
Me too.
All good? Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job, guys. Good job. Good job.
I love the fist bump.
Good job.
Thanks.
Good job.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thanks for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
all for Teams. Go Microsoft 365.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Good afternoon, Alex.
Nice to meet you, Alex. Sam.
Nice to meet you, Sam. Alex, nice to meet you.
Okay, very good, thank you. So as everybody knows at this point, my name is Ethan, and I'm going to be your timekeeper like before. So for the delegates, I have one of these for 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, and 30 seconds. I'll show you all the signs at the respective times. Finally, for the last 10 seconds, I'll count down my hands all the way to stop. Afterwards, there'll be a 10-minute Q&A period. I would like to remind all the delegates once again that all of you must speak, and the presentation must last a minimum of 15 minutes, though you don't all have to speak for the Q&A, of course. And audience members, as you know, we ask that you please place your phones on silent mode and remain seated for the duration of the full presentation and Q&A period. I'm now going to let the judges introduce themselves, and once they're done, you may begin your presentation, and I'll begin the time. And just make sure every once in a while you look over to me so you can see the scorecards. I don't want you to miss. Go ahead.
Hi, I am Sam Kershey, the CEO of the Kershey Group.
Hi, I'm Karine Lemaranger. I work in trade marketing for a media company.
Hello, Jean Barati, CFO for a local technology company.
Hi, I'm Maral Kasamjan, founder of Human First, HR and change management consulting.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure we've all had that one professor that has really supported us all the way through university. They were always there, they were helping us, they were providing us with resources. But with the current educational landscape, these professors are leaving universities, which means that the quality of education that is there right now is not up to the same level that it was. And this is really going to affect the future of quality of education in Canada, which is a really big problem. I'm Kriti, and I'm here with my teammates, Alexander, Ada, and Asad. And today we're going to be talking about how you can leverage Microsoft Copilot to propel your company future forward.
Now, let's bring this forward into the current economic industry within education. The problem is that with the overall pressure with budgets, educators are starting to leave their positions. And with this, universities like you must find innovative ways to improve their bottom line and improve their costs. Over this, we're looking that there's 100+ universities across Canada. 50% of those universities operate in a deficit, and 45% of that funding comes directly from the government. The key considerations that you must consider as choosing this solution is that there's educational workforce challenges, there's a higher education workload, and there's decreasing revenues year over year, especially with the overall decrease in international students coming into the country. This solution will be able to provide with you with a co-educate, co-learn, and co-develop solution to solve all of this. Let's dive deeper into a few problems that this can be solved.
As we mentioned, there's pressure on not only educators, administrators, but also on the resources that you have. When it comes to educators, there's more educators that are leaving, which is putting more responsibilities on the educators that are still left in the university. And there's also a shortage. There's not enough educators actually taking on these roles. And there's also decreasing productivity because of the burnout that they are facing. As for administrators, they're facing demands from not only educators for better working conditions, but they also have the unions that are coming and asking for better pay, which has been really straining on the resources that the university has. There's a cap on international students, as my colleague Alex mentioned, and there's also an increasing number of students that are planned to come in, and there's not enough time to account for all of these conflicting demands. Now let's take a look at the educational landscape right now. And what we see is that there's rising education through digital methods. More and more universities are adopting virtual technology. There's also an emphasis on skill-based learning. So it's not just about concepts, but actually application. And there's also more international partnerships. And where Microsoft Copilot could help your university is it can really make sure that it summarizes the concepts so that students are really focusing on the application, which is really important in this industry right now. As for AI trends, what we see is that less than 10% of universities have policies around AI, and more institutions and governments are asking for regulations around the use of AI. And in Japan, what was interesting is that students actually undergo AI training. So what we can learn from this is that your university, when you're implementing our AI solution, it's important to consider policies that govern how AI is used within your university, as well as making sure that all your staff and students are trained in the use.
Now let's talk a little bit more about Microsoft and what are the advantages we could bring to your university. Now first of all, we wanted to talk about the strengths overall. We have affordability, accessibility, convenience, and the caring nature as the 6 core values, and pillars are innovation, diversity, CSR, AI, trustworthy computing, and racial equity initiatives. However, this is done through our 4 solutions, which is Microsoft 365, artificial intelligence, Copilot, and big updates. That includes some of the 4 things that we have coming up soon. But what does this overall mean towards our solution? How can we integrate this throughout the university landscape? That's something we want to tailor towards our solution later on.
So now let's do a bite-sized review of who we're dealing with. So obviously in your university, you have leadership are really important to implementing this AI solution, and we need to get them on board. There's also faculty that have increasing demands because of the high pressure that they face, and they're really important to the functioning of the university, so we need to consider them in our solution. And we also need to consider students because they're important to the functioning of the university, and they also determine the quality of our educational institution. Now, other stakeholders that we could consider but aren't as important is IT. We want to make sure that they understand the solution and are able to help us with the implementation. And we also need to consider the government. We're playing a role in the larger educational landscape, and we need to make sure that we're helping the government advance their goal of quality education in Canada.
Now let's talk a little bit about what this means towards our users and who would be really using this AI technology. We've encountered this from the deans to faculty members and admin and to the students to see where are they going to be saving time and hours in their solution. Now let's begin with the dean. Now the dean has some key responsibilities that are very time consuming. These include student support and behavior, admissions and orientation, and department coordination, which really focuses on the communication between different departments and different individuals. Their needs include a collaborative and communicative space, and innovative initiatives, and also community engagement, being able to foster that communication to another. Next, we have going into faculty members and admin. So this includes the educators, the faculty members, anyone in the student community that focuses on teaching and instruction, being able to lead and supervise faculty and staff, and also curriculum development, which is taking a lot of time through educators' times. Their needs include efficiency and time management, collaborative and community skills, and a smooth transition and adaptability, because we need to make sure that this technology is being implemented slowly and being able to learn on the way. Lastly, with students, we want them to also be a part of our solution, and this is including academic commitment, embracing the student community, but also self-advocacy and responsibility in terms of how they would manage their time. In order to do so, they'll be provided with effective resources, ensuring flexibility in different hybrid models or different resources, as well as time management, as that's one of the key issues that students face today.
Now we wanted to bring for you a high university profile that is currently implementing AI as one of our customers is Microsoft, which is Purdue University. When looking at Purdue University, it's the number 43 university in the entire world, an early adopter of AI, and used in both faculty, research, coursework, and even their students. The 3 main strengths that must be integrated into your solution as you implement AI in your faculty is the idea of staggered implementation. Purdue began with this, starting with leadership and admin, falling down into faculty and administration, and then going within students, going from specific classes, hubs, and then all the student body as a whole. This ensures that if everything is implemented, every risk is considered, and it's only considered on one piece at a time. Streamlined task is one of the main benefits that they were able to see, with a 10% increase on email responses and a 25% decrease in the number of tasks that were associated with their everyday basis. When looking at personalized assistance, there's a 10% increase in student performance and a 15% of student satisfaction rate overall through reviews that have been seen throughout their websites. Now, let's dive in a little bit deeper into the solution.
Now let's bring the feature forward. We've developed a 3-pronged solution that focuses on how we can implement Copilot into the universities and why it's beneficial for your university in particular. We want to make sure we co-educate, co-learn, and co-develop. In order to do so, we'll talk a little bit more, but I'll start off with my colleague Kriti to talk a little bit more about what co-educate is.
So in order to implement this solution, we want to take a look at your key asks and what you want out of the solution for your university. And this was a seamless integration, so specifying what HR will be doing and implementing it into your existing systems. We also want to make sure that we're addressing productivity and effectiveness so that there's less strain on your employees, and also allowing them to think more strategically and creatively with the core syllabuses that they use, as well as improving resource efficiency. And finally, we want to make sure that we give your university a competitive edge. We want to make sure that you're tackling the employment challenges that you have and also aligning with the emerging trends. So let's take a look at the first solution, which is co-educate. What we really want to do is we want to be able to leverage workshops and we want to implement policies. So let's take a look at what this means. So we think that AI training workshops is really important because your university staff needs to know how to leverage these tools and what it really means for their role. So we will be providing you with a slide deck that has instructions on how to use Copilot. And for the short term, we'll be providing this for instructors, but in the long term, you can start implementing this training for students. And you already have existing workshops that are mandatory for your students and for your staff. So this AI training can be easily implemented in those training workshops to make sure that they know how to use AI. And the role of HR is to really implement these AI training practices into the employee training. Now, as for integration with current systems, most Canadian universities, including yours, already use Microsoft 365. So it's a very easy implementation because it's just an additional feature with the Microsoft 365 suite of tools. And we will have the workshops to make sure that educators and students understand how to leverage it with the Microsoft 365 suite. And finally, we want to make sure that you are developing some policies. And the reason why we suggest that you create some policies around the use of AI is, as we saw with the industry analysis, there's a trend towards regulations in this industry. So this can really give you a competitive edge. And this policies will really tell your faculty how to use the data and how to leverage the tools. And will also help students in the longer term understand how AI can be used with their assignments in an appropriate manner. And the main benefit that Microsoft, that we can really provide for you, is that we can make sure that your data is secure. So it won't be leaked, and you can be rest assured that the data will be used, it will be secured appropriately. So this policies will be really about how to use AI tools within your existing framework. And the role of HR in this is to define how AI will be used in the job roles. So this is really important for making sure that new educators who come in are clear about how AI can be used within their roles. So let's take a look at how this achieves some of your objectives. So we've mentioned the role of HR in facilitating training and establishing AI in job roles. And it will also make sure there's a seamless integration with the existing Microsoft 365 suite that you use. And it also gives you a competitive edge because you have policies surrounding AI and you're prepared for the future trends in this industry.
Now, how can we co-learn, collaborate with our community members to learn even more? This will allow us to have a $216 million cost savings per year. Let's talk about what this really means. Now let's talk about the educator user phase. We want to make sure our educators and our faculty members are brought along the journey and that they have a seamless process. As we know with regulations, teachers are getting overworked. Instead, the results will lead to less creativity and less strategy with their classrooms because they have so much on their plate and wearing so many different hats every day. We want to make sure that they're easily able to integrate this into their solution. So for example, we have a mock-up over here to show what this might look like for an educator. Now this one is able to use a course syllabus. They created a course syllabus made by Copilot itself, and a slide deck because of the innovative solutions itself. Now from the Copilot website, we were able to discover that not only does it increase productivity, efficiency, and development, but this also ensures that this is totally feasible with the functions they have now, and it's an easy fix towards what kind of features specifically on Copilot are teachers and educators able to use. For example, they're able to have a lesser workload while prioritizing decision making with tailored innovative options. For example, here we have generated fresh ideas for the classroom. What kind of activities are we able to include? These are some ideas that they're able to integrate. Next, we want to increase efficiency, and what this means is to taking the backseat to oversee educator responsibilities and improvements. So some of the things is integrating some of our Microsoft features itself, like Excel 101 or Negotiating 101, and this is something that they're easily able to integrate with the information they have on hand. Finally, with development, we want to prioritize new modern ideas to integrate within the classroom with pre-made modules. This will allow us to, for example, have these modules as said, or be able to draft initial feedback, as this is something where teachers will have an easier time looking over. For example, for these students, maybe having a strong thesis, a strong structure, or strong ideas is something they're looking for. This is easily able to done with the Copilot features itself. Now pass it off to Kriti to talk a little bit more about the criteria.
So as you can see, this would really help with the productivity and efficiency of your educators. It helps make sure that they can do their tasks and really focus on innovation and creating a course syllabus that really propels the education that your university provides forward. Now let's talk about our last solution, which is co-develop. What we want to do is be able to create a new value proposition for you. So not only are you able to provide higher quality education, but you're also able to provide educators with a better work environment and better work-life balance, which is really what they are looking for, because it allows educators to kind of take a backseat from the more monotone tasks and really focus on innovating the syllabus and coming up with creative ideas for their students. And that really helps to also position your university as a leader in education within Canada. And another really important highlight is in the future we suggest that you implement AI for your students and allow them to use this within their assignments, because what this can do is it can help prepare your students for their future job roles. AI is expected to be a really critical part of jobs, so if your university allows students to use AI, you're really preparing them for the future. So overall, the university can now position itself on how it addresses workplace issues, but it can also position itself as an advocate for students and for the educational sector. So as you can see, this addresses the productivity and efficiency. So it makes sure that you are attracting more students, which increases your revenues, and it also gives you a competitive edge with a new innovative reputation. And overall, what this will do is aligns with all of the tasks that you assign to us and really propels your university for the future.
Now, we've spoken about some amazing ideas, but how can we really put them into action and make sure we hit the ground running? At Transcend Consulting, we want to employ our foresight to make sure you can efficiently serve your students and faculty well. We foresee in 2024, we want to make sure we do R&D. We want to make sure we understand your university and how we can employ our ideas effectively. Towards the end of 2024, we want to ensure that the leadership and administration within the university are taking advantage of Copilot, or using it towards their work and overall supporting the rest of the community. From there, within 2025, we want to continue building that strategy, but now we want to focus on the faculty and educators. We want to make sure we're learning from what we when we employ towards the leadership and administration for any hiccups, because at Transcend Consulting we believe in learning from anything that may come up along the line. Towards 2026, we want to continue brainstorming, employing marketing, and getting our students the resources that they can use to overall support our university's reputation and make sure that they're driving us in the correct direction. Now, we spoke about our action plan, but how do our financials support us? So we first want to go over the university landscape as a whole. Within Canada, the average revenue breakdown is mainly made up of student fees. Now, the environment isn't supporting that. We know regulations coming within Canada are shortening international students, which is going to really thin out those margins, especially coming from student fees. And that's not something we can control. So what can we really take advantage of, and where can we really drive that difference? That's where I want to take your focus to the right-hand side of the screen, where we look at our expenses. If revenues can't grow, how can we shrink our expenses and make sure those margins stay strong and can grow overall into the future? So within expenses, we want to note that salaries make up 60% of them. Our staff is important, and right now the environment isn't supporting them either. We know that they need a little more aid, and we can drive them in the positive direction using Copilot. Based on that, we were able to figure out how much time saving can we really calculate within our staff and educators. From there, how can we make their job easier? How can we make their job more efficient? And then drive that into cost savings that factor into our financials. So on the left-hand side, we want to first show you a current model. If we don't employ our project, what is the environment really saying? We can see that revenues are decreasing, but are obviously going to stay stable, but we're not seeing a huge difference. So after our project, we want to make sure that we're driving those costs down overall and increasing those profits. We saw after our calculations that we can do $200 million in 2028 with our cost savings plan. And from there towards the end in 2028, we can see an almost $300 million expansion in our bottom line. Finally, how can we measure success? So the main KPIs we wanted to overlook was our NPV, our cost savings per year, and then our voluntary turnover rate. For NPV, we saw by 2028, we could achieve $2.6 billion. And the main drivers of that are the cost savings plan that Copilot is really driving for us. Within cost savings per year, we saw that we were able to achieve $216 million per year, which we achieve in 2025 when we get it rolled out to all, not only the faculty, administration, and our educators. And then finally, with our voluntary turnover rate, we saw a 1 to 2% decrease by 2028, which is driven by the new value proposition and a decrease in the pressure of the environment. Now let's look at a few of the risks that need to be mitigated. We're looking at strict AI policy in education that needs to be implemented through policies, high cost of one-time integration, which should be mitigated with the overall phasing out of the strategy over time. And finally, we also have users not understanding the full capabilities of Copilot that should be addressed through education and workshops that will be provided through the slide decks mentioned before. Now, let's wrap this up and bring this all together for you.
So our solution really prioritizes your employees as well as moving forward into the future, your students. And what this will really do for your university is it will position you as an innovator within the education space and help you better treat your employees. And overall, this will propel your university as a leader within this industry. We really hope you enjoyed this presentation, and we are now open to questions.
Alright, thank you once again, and we will begin our 10-minute Q&A starting now.
You want to start? You want us to start this way? You start?
Yeah.
She's not ready.
Okay. So I understand. Can you walk me through what will be the upfront and ongoing investment? I want to make sure that the university understands what is the upfront investment, when will I need to invest that, and when will the return on investment be. But it's really trying to understand the outflow, cash outflow.
Sure, I'd be happy to answer that. So going on to our appendix slide, I first want to note how we were able to calculate this. Within Microsoft, our years of research with Copilot, we're able to understand how educators and different employees are able to take advantage of daily minutes and then how many hours that translates into a year. After that, we took a conservative estimate of wage calculations and how we can really change that into cost savings. From here, we were able to know that on the larger scale, we know you're one of the leaders within your industry. You could have around 80,000 students, faculty members of 10,000, and around 9,000 administrative staffs. From there, we calculated how much cost savings per hour each group can really achieve. And then we know that Copilot, you already have Office 365 established within your university, so it's an easy transition for us to roll that out. For us, we don't need that one-time cost as many organizations do. We're already integrated together. From here, we just have the annual cost of our services, which is $30 per user. So given the amount of students, staff, and educators we have, we're able to calculate the yearly spend that your university will incur with our solution. From there, we were able to also translate into how much money in cost savings can you really make. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
My question follows up that as well. Concerning the co-learn phase of your implementation or things. So if I understand well, you're building this interface platform.
Yes.
So the project will be over like just adding the Copilot part to our suite that we already have with Microsoft to build this platform. How can you explain the cost and implication building a platform entails compared to the benefits this add-on on our suite will give us?
For sure. So we want to use the experience that we're going to have over the years. So after implementing to leadership, we're going to learn from that data, implement it to our educators, learning from there, and then finally to our students. How that comes into our model, we go to our appendix. So this is our model after implementing Copilot. So we first want to note that we are taking into account the decrease that we're going to see because of the environment. But into our salaries is where we're going to really see the effect of our cost savings. So knowing in 2024, we're going to start employing Copilot within your staff, and then we're going to see a small decrease there. And then finally in 2025, we're going to make sure all educators are able to achieve it. And then from there, it's going to go back into that inflationary increase that we see within salaries, and then we can hold that stable plateau into the future.
I guess it's all about finance today. So back to my colleague's first question.
Sure.
So if you want to just put that back up, so the cost savings, are you using FTEs in your savings? I.e., are those full-time equivalents that you're saving, or are you saving minutes per days times a rate?
So we're doing minutes per days, translating that into hours per year, and then we calculated how much an hourly basis we'd see with each staff.
Okay, so you're not putting it down as a full-time equivalent. And what I mean by, you know what I mean by that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you're not doing that.
No, we're not putting down FTE.
Okay, so maybe you're overestimating your costs and savings a little bit there, right? But that's fine.
Okay.
Is it fine?
It's fine. You mentioned 80,000, a potential of 80,000 students. This isn't, yeah. Where did you get that number? How did you arrive at that number?
Sure, so we looked at a university report for the largest universities within Canada.
Correct.
Knowing you're one of the largest players, most universities are able to employ around 80,000 students overall throughout the year.
Okay. Okay, and you use that as a benchmark?
We use that as a benchmark. Obviously it can fluctuate, but based on your current standing within the industry, we thought that it's a fair area.
And my very last question
no problem.
is in your total cost, your implementation, year one cost, you mentioned there was the $30, but what about your cost? Like, are there any consulting fees in there? Are they included in your implementation, and if so, where?
So based on Copilot, we've been developing it for quite some time now, and we have a lot of experience with other organizations, so we already have the ability to make sure it rolls out consistently. And taking into account that we value educators and we want to make sure that we can make a difference on that front as well. No, we don't have too many consulting costs, and it's mainly just our servicing costs, which can really integrate into your systems, as I mentioned earlier.
Thank you.
Hi. So you had identified multiple stakeholders that are impacted by the change. Can you walk us through sort of, I don't think you covered all of them in your solution plan. Can you maybe go back to the rest of the stakeholders and see how they're impacted with what your plan is to manage the change for them?
Yeah, of course. So if we go back to our stakeholders, what we see is that we primarily focused on leadership, faculty, and students because they're of highest priority. What we see with IT is that we will obviously require their support in implementing this solution, and that is towards our implementation plan. And as for government, they play a more external role. They're not really involved in this project. But through our project, what we hope is that the university will be able to have a better standing as an innovative leader, and that will really assist with the Government of Canada's goals and position you well within this industry.
Nothing else?
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Oh yeah. Thank you so much.
Good job, guys.
So
Good
nice.
job.
Thank you.
Excellent. So now we're going to begin our